Good morning, everyone. It is September 16th. It's 8:46. This is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you all for your patience with us. We had some IT challenges to solve. First thing on the agenda is public comment. Is there anyone here for public comment? Okay, we've got one person in the room. If you're on Zoom, if you find your raise hand button, we will get you brought over, but let's start with in the room. You know by now, if you would please state your name and roughly where you live, and you will have 3 minutes.
I'm Michael Raber and I'm from Echo Hills, and I'm here to thank this whole group for the participation in the meeting that we had yesterday on fire mitigation at the Evergreen Fire Department. I thought it was very productive, and I thank you for engaging in discussion with the homeowners. I thought that was incredibly productive, and the first step in trying to get a comfortable resolution to people's concerns. So I thank you very much for that. Also, I want to thank the Sheriff's Department and bring to your attention that they've started a conceal and carry course, which will be conducted, the first one Saturday. And I'm one of the ones who especially appreciate it because those of us who already have that cannot renew it now under the current law unless you have an instructor group that is certified with the county and pay the fees to do it. And we had none. So even though people needed to renew their conceal and carry to keep it active and comply with law, we couldn't do it. So the Sheriff's Department initiated their own class, and this will be the first one. And for them to step forward and do that and get certified with the state is phenomenal. So that's it. The other one is what I observe with this, and this is purely me, is that you guys have way too much work to do. Okay. And I would very much like to see if you can make progress with getting Beth Luther to come back, because she's a historical wealth of knowledge and everybody in the county loves her. And also Peter, he is overwhelmed with all the litigation. And when I hear the two of you going back and forth about what do we have time to pursue, if there's any way you can find the funding to get Peter an assistant to help out, that would be great. So, and that's the extent of my comment. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do we have anyone online?
We have people online, but they're mostly staff and nobody's raising their hand.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Next thing on the agenda is communications update.
Yes. All right, my friends, I got a few. Just so everybody is aware, this week they are doing overnight closures through the Eisenhower Tunnel. So if you're going to Summit County overnight, just be aware that they're doing 30-minute closures because they're doing some work on it. So be aware of that. Also, we are currently looking for representatives in the unincorporated west side of the county for the Clear Creek Fire Authority Board of Directors. So if you're interested in applying for this, if you're interested in fire mitigation, all that kind of interesting stuff and public safety in Clear Creek County, let me know. You can apply online or you can shoot me an email at mheiler@clearcreekcounty.us. Like I said, we are specifically looking for people from the west end because I think that is the end we don't have the least amount of applicants. And then also tomorrow from 8:30 to 11 a.m. at the Frothy Cup, we are doing our coffee with a co-responder. This is the second year in a row that we are doing this. So if you're interested in meeting our co-responders, learning more about the program, mental health, anything like that, please come along. Like I said, 8:30 to 11 at the Frothy Cup in Idaho Springs. We'll have all of our co-responders there to answer questions and chat with you. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you. Commissioner update. Who would like to begin?
I can. I like to update what we've done in the past week, 2 weeks. The three of us were participated in the Henderson Mill tour to find out what happens to our molybdenum that gets taken out from our mountain and brought over to the mill. That was fascinating. We participated in mayors and commissioners meeting, which was a good update from all the jurisdictions. Megan and I, along with many other agencies participated in the Guanella Pass media event, basically letting the public know via Channel 4, Channel 9, Denver Post, Channel 31 about the parking restrictions. You will be towed if you park on the road illegally. And just giving the public an update that this isn't the Wild West anymore. You can't just stop in the middle of the road to go take a picture of a moose. Then we had a long day special session on the budget. We heard from every director of all our divisions, gave us a presentation. I went to the hazardous materials CDOT meeting, CDOT meeting in Silverthorne. And then I came back here to meet with Sally Rush to give me an overview of housing issues in Clear Creek County. And then Monday morning, I participated in the Echo Hills Evergreen Fire Rescue, Clear Creek Fire Authority, and the Denver Mountain Parks discussion of an old fire road that they wanted updated to be an egress road. Then I had a board meeting with the Clear Creek Regional Housing Authority, and the main topic was that their first hired director, David Porter, suddenly resigned, so we're now looking for a replacement. Thank you.
Quick question about, actually, you've inspired two questions. With the housing authority, do you have confidence that that board and the staff supporting it is going to be able to continue progress in establishing that organization? Do we need to add staff support from our side?
Right now, I'm the county liaison for them, and I have been reaching out when I have questions. And they also have a consultant who has been helping them. So possibly in the future, but right now we just need to get a director and get that going.
Okay, great.
So, thank you.
Thank you. And then the hazmat meeting in Silverthorne, I remember Randy a couple of years ago being pretty concerned with an attempt to get hazmat through the Eisenhower. Was that the topic?
Actually, it was a good group. It was people from both Summit, Clear Creek, well, I was a Clear Creek rep, trucking industry, and CDOT. And basically, the message I got is that this is like the most dangerous route for truckers in the nation. And whether you go through the tunnel or you take Loveland Pass. The problem with the tunnel is they don't have foam fire retardant. They just have water. So if you have an oil tanker truck, that is not going to be put out by that. And that would pretty much destroy the tunnel if it was full and exploded. Did ask the trucking industry if they could work with CDOT to get foam up there. And CDOT jumped on me and said, oh, well, if we have a lithium fire, that just spreads electricity through the foam and that's not good. And I was like, well, we're not talking about the lithium fire. We're talking about a truck. But anyway, the trucking industry said, yes, absolutely, whatever we can do to support it. And then I threw out there, what about a dedicated tunnel for just truckers? And CDOT laughed, as did George. So that was the main topic of discussion, how to make it safer, what we can do. And there was no resolution.
Okay. Thank you. At some point, I might be interested in having the board try to get a position on that because I know that Randy was very concerned that there's any technology that exists to be able to safely get hazmat vehicles through that tunnel. There are some
Because
pretty-
Loveland Pass is pretty gnarly.
Loveland Pass is gnarly and a hazmat vehicle can go off the road there without permanently closing it.
And start a forest fire.
So without like getting into it here, I think I might be interested in the board kind of digging into that and establishing a position as a board.
Great.
Thank you.
So my update is going to be not as long as Rebecca's. First off, I would like to say that the bridge work in the Silver Lakes, Lawson, Dumont area is set to start on September 29th. So hopefully Megan can get something out on the website. And my understanding is postcards were supposed to go out last week. I have not received one yet, so I'm not sure what has happened there because I am in that area. The work is supposed to last 3 to 4 weeks, expected. Hopefully the weather doesn't put any halts on it. And then the other thing is I attended the Community Connectors Club Fair that was put on by the library, and over 31 groups showed up, and then a bunch of groups. Also, some ideas came out of that. People filled up the board, and considering that it rained probably an hour into it, I think we had a pretty good success. It was the first one. So I know CChat was there, a bunch of the local organizations, and this was all about locals, just connecting and finding out what resources we have. And for the C4 connectors is what we call ourselves. We were thinking about shutting down because we hadn't gotten much participant lately. But after that day, we had over a full sheet of people that signed up. So C4 connectors will continue and hopefully get stronger and be able to help the community out. That's it for me.
Thank you. Handful of things from me, just because it's of interest, I'll provide an update. This year's budget does fund an assistant county attorney position, and we look forward to that position being filled post haste. The watershed, what is this called? The Clear Creek Upper Watershed and Forest Health Partnership met last week. I was asked to go and present about what we're up to locally with our ballot measure. I took the opportunity to point out to them that we're asking for a fairly significant tax increase that would put a relative to the scale of the problem, pretty paltry amount of funding into wildfire mitigation. It's enough for us to be able to be at the table as a competent partner, but it is not enough for us to solve the problem that all of the water users in the Clear Creek watershed have. And so I took the opportunity to urge them to think very seriously about how they invest in securing their water supplies up here in the Upper Clear Creek watershed. Thinking about asking an organization like the Trust for Public Lands to really take leadership on a forest improvement district, evaluating whether that's viable. This would be a special government that could levy a sales tax on like everybody from Clear Creek County through Westminster. A sales tax base of that size could generate a lot of money with a very low tax rate and actually match the scale of the problem with funding. So kind of excited that it seems like there's some progress being made there.
Great.
I just wanted to, Rebecca, you mentioned the divisional updates that we got yesterday. And I just wanted to thank staff. I thought it was a really great conversation all day. This county does a lot, and we've got a lot of really awesome, smart, talented people on the team. And so it was good to directly interact with them. And I want to thank you both for making the time for them. Last night I went to the Idaho Springs celebration of their train restoration. There's a historic train that is in Idaho Springs that hasn't been there since 2020. In 2020, partly because it needed to be restored and partly because the Georgetown Loop needed something for their staff to do while they were closed, that cabin was pulled up to the loop and restored, and it's done and it's beautiful, and we did a celebration, and that's really cool.
I'm sorry, it was a engine or a cabin,
A cabin, like an enclosed, I
a
don't,
train car?
yeah, thank you.
Cool.
I was struggling with the word. So that's really cool. And Idaho Springs it's going to take them a while, but they've got a really cool plan about how to redo where that train is and allow for a better greenaway alignment and parking. And it's going to be really great. And they're awesome. And then lastly, had a meeting. I've been talking to you guys off and on as a conversation about reconsidering the selection of our early childhood council. This is a regional council that serves Clear Creek, Gilpin, and Jeffco. Met with Commissioner Berman and Commissioner Zenzinger from Gilpin and Jefferson County yesterday morning. The three of us do think it's wise for the three counties to proceed with the selection process. And I'm asking for, you saw an email yesterday asking for an agenda for us to agree to that process at our next meeting on the 7th.
And I'm sorry, it's a selection process for who sits on the council?
Actually, for which organization serves as the early, what is it, ECC, Early Childhood Council. We last made this consideration in 1997. And it's, there's things have changed in the last 27 years, and we can get into it in much greater detail on the 7th. But that's my last update. So anything else? Let's go to county manager updates.
Okay, so pretty short this time. One thing I want to make the public aware of in the board is that October, get the right date here, 20th through the 31st, the basement will be being remediated. It will be tinted off. There will be negative pressure pumps on the outside of the courthouse. So if anybody sees those, they're completely safe. We'll have real-time air monitoring going on as well. When the basement flooded, we found some residual asbestos that did not get remediated the last time the building was renovated. So that back entrance will be closed to both employees and the public. It's already closed to the public, the 20th to the 31st of October.
And that's this entrance here?
Yes, this back entrance, because that's where the negative pressure pumps will be for the vacuum downstairs.
So our offices will be closed?
Yes.
Okay.
You say those dates one more time.
The 20th to the 31st. The reason we have decided to do this during the work week is it's considerably cheaper and it will get done way faster. If we limited it to close hours, we were paying a premium on that labor and we will take us months to get done. So we will just get it done. We'll get the basement reopened and hopefully get staff moved back in around the end of the year. But in the meantime, there will be a lot of tinting and pumps and everything else that goes on with asbestos remediation around the courthouse. So if you see that, don't worry about it. We have a third party doing air monitoring for any of those particulates. And then the divisional updates, I want to thank the board for their time. I think staff really enjoyed it. They getting some face time with the board and the public on what they're up to. I also want to thank Rachel, who really came up with the idea as part of the revised budget process to make sure that there is an unimpeded connection between the board and the divisions. So I think we learned a little bit last year. We definitely need more time. So if we keep that going, we will probably make it 2 days with more time for everyone. But other than that, that's all I have.
The question about the closed offices, we can leave everything down at there the way it is though.
Everything will be tented and covered.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so they're not tearing up any of our
Tearing
office?
up your office, you just won't have access to it because it'll be part of the negative pressure field.
Okay,
It'll be part of the sealed off area.
got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, there are 2 additional executive sessions that the board has requested. There are 5 currently on the agenda, but there are 2 I wanted to read into the record. Can I do that now?
Yes, please.
So pursuant to a motion made by the chair,
You
a mo,
want me to move us into executive?
oh, I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. I was thinking too far ahead. It's early. One executive session, I'm sorry, we'll have to do pursuant to CRS 24640224B for the county attorney to meet with the county commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to the county's obligations to fund the district attorney's office under CRS 20-1-302 and 303. And the second the other additional executive session is pursuant to CRS 24640224B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to the process to select an early childhood counsel to serve the region pursuant to 26.5-2-503 Colorado statutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have 4 action sessions. Looked around the room because I was thinking about doing consent agenda early, but I don't see anybody here waiting for those. We'll just take them in order. The first thing is consideration of approval of resolution 25-77. A resolution proclaiming September 14th through September 20th as National Co-Responder and Crisis Responder Recognition in Clear Creek County, Colorado. We do have members of the CChat team here. If you would please join us.
Hey, guys.
Hi.
And I will
morning.
give you, good morning and thank you for being here. I'll give you your choice. Would you like to introduce this topic, or would you like the resolution to be read and then you can comment on the resolution?
I don't know. Either way.
I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution because it probably says a lot of what you would say,
Sure.
and then you can, add to it.
And upon.
Because there are 3, we're just going to split these up. I'm going to read this one. Is that? Yes. Okay, so this is resolution 25-77, a resolution proclaiming September 14th through 20th, 2025 as National Co-Responder and Crisis Responder Recognition Week in Clear Creek County, Colorado. And it reads, whereas Clear Creek County is committed to providing support for vulnerable populations in our community, and whereas vulnerable populations are individuals experiencing homelessness, mental health, or substance use issues, at-risk adults and juveniles, and elderly community members. And whereas the National Alliance on Mental Health estimates that nearly 1 in 4 U.S. adults and 1 in 6 youth live with a mental illness. And whereas preliminary data from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment indicates a promising decrease in overall overdose deaths in late 2024, yet the total number of deaths remains at an unacceptably high level, particularly among synthetic opioids like fentanyl. And whereas vulnerable populations are at higher risk for exploitation, victimization, and criminal justice involvement, triggering a serious impact on communities. And whereas the many issues created by mental illness, substance abuse, and addiction are community problems, not limited to traditional first responders such as law enforcement, fire services, and emergency medical staff. And whereas many communities have realized the need for an alternate response to address these issues more effectively when individuals are experiencing crisis situations and have identified co-response and community response models that are evidence-based. Whereas Clear Creek County established the Community Crisis and Health Assistance Team in 2023 to provide co-response and community response to vulnerable populations in Clear Creek County. And whereas the Community Crisis and Health Assistance Team has responded to more than 100 calls for service in Clear Creek County since September 2024, providing crisis intervention, conducting important follow-up, developing safety plans, and helping countless people in our community navigate the often confusing behavioral healthcare system and access other important community resources. And whereas these crisis first responders have shown exceptional commitment, dedication, understanding, leadership, and passion to help those in need, reinforcing how vital their work is to the communities of Clear Creek County. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Board of County Commissioners for Clear Creek County do hereby proclaim the week of September 14th through September 20th, 2025 as Clear Creek County Co-Responders and Crisis Clinicians Week, along with the Colorado Co-Responder Alliance and the International Co-Responder Alliance. The county commissioners wish to express appreciation and gratitude for the co-responders and behavioral health clinicians working in Clear Creek County who routinely respond to crisis situations, for sometimes putting themselves in harm's way to ensure the best possible outcomes for individuals and the community. Now, therefore, be it further resolved. The Clear Creek County Commissioners call upon Clear Creek County residents to recognize, honor, and give thanks to these amazing professionals for their daily service through the great work they do to assist those in need. To be adopted this 16th day of September 2025 at the regularly scheduled meeting of the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners. Elizabeth, I now will give it to you. We have Elizabeth Gallagher, who leads our CChat team. And I apologize, I don't remember your name right now.
This is Kelly Lewis. She is one of our clinicians.
Excellent. Please, what do we need to know about your team and about this week? And yeah.
Sure. Well, thank you, first of all. The chat team has been operating, we are now operating 7 days a week. So we are available to the community 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days a week. We have been busy. We continue to be busy, averaging between 80 and 100 calls a month, contacts a month. In August, we broke a record and we had 111 contacts with our communities and the vulnerable populations in our community. So we are here. We want to support everyone in this community, particularly the vulnerable populations. And we look forward to hopefully seeing you tomorrow at the Frothy Cup to celebrate this co-responder week. And just to have a chance to talk to y'all about chat, about mental health, about how things are going.
Thank you. Anybody else on staff want to add anything?
He's
Colleagues?
doing great work. I mean, every time we did this last year and the amount of people that showed up and learned, I thought was awesome. It's clearly needed and they're doing great stuff. So I'm a big fan of chat.
Thank you.
Colleagues?
Yeah,
anything?
thank you so much. Same thing, when you guys started this out, I think there was a lot of turnover at first, and then it seems like you've kind of landed your feet and gotten pretty solid. So I have heard really good things too. And people are always worried that we're not going to have the funding, and this is a much needed thing in our community. So, and thank you so much for your time, and it takes a lot.
I just want to specifically thank you, Elizabeth. You came on. We were excited when we had the opportunity to hire you, and you've stuck around and built a really awesome team. And I mean, we know that this was formed in Clear Creek for the same reason that it's been formed around the country. We had a couple of incidents that made it abundantly clear that we needed another way to respond to crises, that there were some crises that we needed additional support beyond what law enforcement and EMS and fire can provide. I just want to share today that it's my perspective that we could have used this service in this county and in this country far before those two incidents in the last 5 years. I can think of a number of times in my childhood with peers of mine who experienced things that could have been best handled by the expertise that you bring to the table. And so I think this is a service that should be permanent. It should be viewed as, the fourth pillar of emergency response. And really grateful to see that we have it here. So vulnerability, and we talk about serving the vulnerable, and vulnerability this is not like a permanent thing. People can be vulnerable for a week. They can be vulnerable for a day. They can be vulnerable for 15 minutes. And I know you know that because you see people go up, go down, and then get back up, and partly because of your support. And so I just want to thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? I think we're ready for a motion.
I would like to make a motion to approve the resolution R 25-77, a resolution proclaiming September 14th through September 20th, 2025 as National Co-Responder and Crisis Responder Recognition week in Clear Creek County, Colorado.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Bye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. See you tomorrow.
Next, we have consideration of approval of resolution R 25 80, a resolution proclaiming September twenty twenty-five as National Preparedness Month in Clear Creek County, Colorado. And
That should say Clarissa Boggs Blake.
and she's not here. I see actually Elizabeth is listed here for national preparedness.
I think it's supposed to be Clarissa.
It's supposed to be Clarissa. Okay.
Yep.
And Colton, did you say,
Clarissa can't be here today,
okay, thank you. It was you that said that.
but I can talk about it.
Okay. Let's do it just like we did last time. I think Rebecca, you had volunteered to read this one.
Of course.
Thank you.
Resolution 25-80, resolution proclaiming September 2025 as National Preparedness Month in Clear Creek County, Colorado. Whereas each year, National Preparedness Month creates an opportunity for the residents and businesses of Clear Creek County to prepare their homes and businesses and communities for any type of emergency, including natural disasters, public health emergencies, and potential terror attacks. And whereas the Board of Clear Creek County Commissioners, the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office, and the Clear Creek County Office of Emergency Management each support the 2025 preparedness theme, Preparedness Starts at Home, and support Citizen Corps and other national, state, local, private, and volunteer agencies working to increase public readiness in preparing for emergencies and educating citizens. And whereas a community is only as prepared as its most vulnerable members, and it is the shared responsibility of all citizens to help their neighbors, especially the elderly, those with disabilities, and families with young children in times of crisis. And whereas Clear Creek County faces many disaster threats, such as wildfires, blizzards, rock slides, and more, making preparedness a vital part of community safety. And whereas we encourage all residents and businesses to take 4 key actions to prepare for any disaster they may face. Know the different types of emergencies that could happen and appropriate responses to stay safe. Whereas Clear Creek County encourages all citizens to participate in preparedness activities and are asked to review the National Preparedness Month's website at ready.gov and the Clear Creek County website to become more prepared. And whereas investing in the preparedness of ourselves, our families, businesses, and communities can reduce fatalities and economic devastation in our communities and in our nation. And whereas residents can sign up for emergency alerts, notifications, and warnings from Lookout Alerts. To receive these alerts, residents can sign up on the Clear Creek County website. Therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of the County of Clear Creek, State of Colorado, that September 2025 is hereby proclaimed as National Preparedness Month and encourages all citizens and businesses to develop their own emergency preparedness plan and work as a team toward better preparedness.
Thank you.
Yes, so Clarissa isn't here, but I've been kind of helping to get the word out about this. National Preparedness Month is something that happens every year. And I really do like this year's theme, which is preparedness starts at home. You never know when a wildfire or a flood or even a crazy blizzard is going to happen. And I really encourage people to make a go bag. So just start to think about things like, what medicine do you need? What food? How much water is your family going to need if we need to get out of here really quickly? So start looking into what you want to put into your go bag so you can just grab it and go should it happen. And I really want people to sign up for Lookout Alerts. These are free. They will go to your email. They can go to your cell phone. You can get text messages. And this will just let you know if there is an evacuation, where you should go, where you can get help, things like that. So you can sign up for that on our website, or if you just Google Lookout Alerts Clear Creek County, it'll pop right up. If you have any problems, please email me. I want people to be informed. I want people to know what to do in an emergency. So you can email me at mheiler@clearcreekcounty.us and I will help you. But also just start thinking about making a plan. If something like this happens, where are you going to meet? Do you have everybody's phone number? Things like that. So September is a great reminder every year to get prepared and make a plan.
Thank you.
Yep.
Colleagues.
No, I think this is something growing up here. I've always known, with my medicines and things that you need, we always have a box ready to go. I'm sure that there'll be things that we forget or something. And I also have to say, I've heard stories of people trying to get out and like trying to pack up all of grandma's china or something and taking things that, I mean, it's sad to lose it, but you could be risking your life or other people's lives trying to get this extra stuff, and it's not necessary. You need to get out the lives and get out the necessary things like medicines and stuff. So that's what I'd have to add.
Thank you. In addition to folks that have been in Clear Creek for a long time and have probably had the same go bag for 30 years and update it, we have people that are pretty new to the community. And I want to call out an organization that you participate with, Community Connectors, who looks through the real estate data, figures out who has moved here recently, and gets them information about how to live in the woods.
Oh, that's awesome.
I want to thank them for their work in helping support this work. And I just want to emphasize to everybody the importance of Lookout Alert. The big difference between today and 1990 is that you can know very early when there's an emergency. And so please sign up for Lookout Alert. You can find it on the Clear Creek County website. You can also just Google it. Megan, you love saying that. And you're totally right. Google is easier. Just Google Clear Creek County Lookout Alert and you can sign up and you can get advance notice of emergencies and save yourself.
Right. And that is so important. At the meeting yesterday at Evergreen Fire Rescue, the residents were very, very concerned about how to evacuate their neighborhood. And one thing I've learned over the years of living here is that the fire department's advice is you don't have to wait for the evacuation notice. You can leave early if you smell smoke, if you get a pre-evacuation notice, pack up one car and leave. Don't pack up all your cars and your trailer, which will block your neighbors who are also trying to get out. So that was my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's timely and relevant. Anything else? I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll make it. I move that Board of County Commissioners adopts the resolution 20-80, a resolution proclaiming September 2025 as National Preparedness Month in Clear Creek County, Colorado.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. It's unanimous as well. Next up is consideration of approval of resolution 25-83, a resolution recognizing suicide as a serious public health problem and proclaiming the month of September as Suicide Prevention Month in Clear Creek County, Colorado. We have Dr. Tim Ryan, our Public Health Director. If you'd please join us. Jody, I think you volunteered for this one.
Yes, we did.
And we'll, Dr. Ryan, you probably saw us do this. We'll read the resolution and then ask you for comments first.
Whereas suicide affects every group of people, regardless of age, gender, race, ethnicity, or social economic status, and its prevention requires a comprehensive approach that reaches all members of the community. And whereas, according to the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, suicide was among the top 11 leading causes of death for people of all ages, and the second leading cause of death for people ages 10 to 34 in 2024. And whereas, according to the CDC, 49,316 individuals in the United States died by suicide in 2024 at an age-adjusted rate of 14.7 per 100,000 population. And whereas, according to the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, Colorado's age-adjusted rate was 20.83 per 100,000 people in 2024, a rate significantly higher than the national average. Whereas, according to the CDPHE, youth suicide in Colorado has seen a promising decrease, with the 2024 youth suicide rate for ages 10 to 18 falling to its lowest level since 2007. Whereas, according to a 2022 annual report from the Clear Creek County Coroner's Office, the number of suicides has remained consistent throughout the last 3 years, with a total of 4 in 2022. And whereas the Community Crisis Health Assistance Team, CCHAT, a coordinated effort between Clear Creek County EMS, law enforcement, and other county agencies, provides a specialized and compassionate response to mental and behavioral health crisis, including suicide-related calls, has already surpassed its number of contacts it had last year. And whereas the stigma associated with the mental health conditions and suicide ideation hinders suicide prevention by discouraging individuals at risk for suicide and seeking life-saving help. And whereas every individual is encouraged to check in on loved ones and seek help for themselves or others when needed to help break the stigma. And whereas September is appropriate month to designate as Suicide Prevention Month. It acknowledges that September 10th is World Suicide Prevention Day, a day recognized internationally and supported by the World Health Organization. Now therefore be it resolved at the Board of County Commissioners, Clear Creek County does hereby proclaim the month of September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Month in Clear Creek County. Now therefore it be further resolved that Clear Creek County Commissioners call upon Clear Creek County residents to check in on loved ones and seek help for themselves or others when needed to help prevent suicide and to break the stigma of mental health conditions and suicide ideation. Adopted the 16th day of September, regular scheduled meeting of Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you. Dr. Ryan?
So whereas suicide is a very significant public health crisis, as you know, in both young and old. Public health has been committed to the prevention end of it. That doesn't ever really get talked about. It's about how are we responding to the actual act. But upstream is where the hard work happens. And every day Mount Youth Network is doing that and engaging the youth and giving them an outlet, a way to communicate their fears, communicate their struggles in life and how to deal with them. And an alternative to what is oftentimes the reality of drugs and alcohol and other things. So prevention is probably the single most effective way to address suicide in the long term. It's about impacting as many people as we possibly can, not just the individual who's calling on that given day, but it's a population approach is how public health does everything. I think it's, to your point, a topic most people don't want to talk about before, during, or after the fact. But I think it is very important. It's important to know that it is something that can be addressed both upstream and in the moment. Some of the other things that are happening here with the Behavioral Health Alliance that doesn't have any funding, but the work continues because the people who are a part of that alliance are committed to mental health. Mental health is, like you said, affects everybody. No one is immune to that reality. So the Do Talk dinners is one way, as an example, to get individuals to come who more often than not don't share their feelings, don't express them in a way that they feel are comfortable or heard. It's an effort to begin that conversation. How do we as a community talk about our problems? Everyone has problems. So no one's immune. It's very important to have those conversations as often and as early as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues?
Yeah, thank you. I chose to read this because suicide has affected my family way more times than I would like to mention aunts, uncles, cousins, all the way from 59 years to 21 years old. My cousin, the latest one, was one of the 9 Navy servicemen that committed suicide on a submarine during COVID. They had been in a broken down ship. They didn't plan on that. COVID hit, and 9 servicemen lost their lives like a span of 9 months. And then I had an aunt that committed suicide because she didn't want to be a burden. She had cerebral palsy. And so suicide is all different kinds of reasons. And, you know, in hindsight, could we have done something? I don't know. But we sure do try every day. And we talk to people in our family. 2 of my kids, my 2 youngest, their friends committed suicide. 1 in 8th grade and literally 1 a month after they graduated high school. So this is just, it's all around. This is in Clear Creek. A lot of these suicides are in Clear Creek too. So hopefully we move forward with this, and as times get tougher, I think we all need to, you know, pay attention to people and be aware and make sure that everybody knows that they're thought of. What's left behind when somebody commits suicide, I think, is so much larger than the person's initial problem that they thought that they couldn't get out of, or, you know, that was the end result. It just leaves such a traumatic thing for everybody else. So
I think it's important, and I forgot to mention it, the number of resources that are available in this community. I know Resilience 1220 has reset the clock for everyone, in meaning that every kid has free counseling in more or less perpetuity, and parents as well. I know Jefferson Center for Mental Health has free counseling available in a number of different locations. So the resources are there. It's just a matter of connecting the resources with those who need it most. And so it behooves relatives and neighbors that when you do see someone who has needs, to make an effort to connect those needs, because oftentimes they're not going to do it themselves or can't for whatever reason. So it's the responsibility of us as a community.
Yeah. And what you said about the ripple effect, my grandfather committed suicide, and it just destroyed my father. I mean, it affects all the people around you.
For generations.
Yeah.
Yeah, and while we're cataloging stories to try to demonstrate how broad this impact is, I'll remind us that we had a very violent suicide last week at Evergreen High School.
Right.
That affects a whole community, including ours. We've got a lot of Clear Creek folks that attend that school and work in that school, and political lines matter very little. That's a community that's very integrated. As you know, Rebecca, you live 100 yards from the county line. And on this board, in 2023, Sean Wood committed suicide. That's an example of how rapid suicide ideation can become overwhelming. Sean, and this is a warning to men my age and older, Sean had open heart surgery. And one of the impacts of open heart surgery, the combination of the surgery and the medication, it's not really known, is you are at an acute risk of suicide. It's a story about securing weapons. It's a story about making sure you're protecting the people around you when in moments like that. And to that end, mental health first aid is, as a last resort, a really good skill to have. There are free courses. They're pretty prolific. If you Google mental health first aid, you will find courses you can take. And you'll learn some things that maybe could help you and help somebody else.
we've had suicide prevention classes at the rec center too. I have taken, whenever they come through, I make sure to take those. And I can tell you the last one that I took, 2 people showed up. And it was right after Sean had committed suicide. It was like the next week or something. I was actually shocked that not more people showed up. So, you know, if we can get a community that is a little more prepared, I think that would help.
So, and Tim, to your point about, sorry, Dr. Ryan, to your point about the importance of prevention. One of the things I think I know about psychology is that suicidal ideation is subtle, and our brains have ways to protect ourselves from those thoughts while they're taking place. Um, I will speak for myself. I have had suicidal ideation that I was not aware of until I spent a long time in therapy going through the layers to where I was able to hear that without being overwhelmed by it. And so like sadness is a risk, right? It is something to address then, much like what we know about our bodies, right? When your blood pressure starts to get high is the time to think about your lifestyle and get professional help. So that's the last thing that I think I have to say about this topic. It's just very important, and I hope people take their mental health and the mental health of the people around them seriously. Are we ready for a motion?
Yes, I would like to make a motion for the approval of resolution R 2583, a resolution recognizing suicide as a serious public health problem and proclaiming the month of September as Suicide Prevention Month in Clear Creek County, Colorado.
All in
I
favor?
second.
Sorry.
Mhm.
Now we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. It's unanimous. Colleagues, let's do a quick break. We will be back at 9:45. Sound good?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Ryan.
Okay, we are back on the record here. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Colleagues, did you have anything you wanted to pull for discussion? Hearing none, I'm gonna go ahead and read it. Item A, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item B, consideration of approval of board meeting written minutes for the meetings of August 19th, 26th, September 2nd, and September 9th of 2025. Item C, consideration of approval of resolution number 25-82, a resolution appointing a discretionary non-voting advisor to the Gateway Rockies Opioid Council and approving an amended appointments list. Item D, consideration of approval of application for payment for the final settlement of the costs associated with Public Works Resolution 25-03 pavement marking project. And item E, consideration of approval of liability release for equipment received by Evergreen Fire Rescue.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I just want to make a shout out to Megan Heiler for getting these minutes done. Thank you.
I tried, thank you.
And colleagues, just very quickly, this is on the consent agenda. Sunshine Vincent is going to be the school district representative. I had a really nice phone call with her. She's going to be a great asset to the G-Rock. And thanks to Evergreen Fire Rescue for donating equipment. That's all from me. Anything else?
George, we missed item 4.
Yeah, I realize that. We'll get to it.
Okay.
All in favor?
Did we want to do F and G as well?
Those are,
Is that not?
executive sessions, I think.
I'm sorry. Yes, of course.
Okay,
I just didn't label it properly.
all good. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. And yes, I realized I had skipped number 4 as well. I don't know why I sat there circling it earlier. So we're gonna take that up now. This is consideration of approval of a letter of support for the Colorado Mountain Bike Association's 2026 Parks and Wildlife State Trails Non-Motorized Planning Grant application for the Beaverbrook watershed. Colton.
So what's before you is a, thank you, Chair. So what's before you is a, letter of support for, COMBA, which is it's the Mountain Bike Association. I forget what the acronym is.
Colorado Mountain Bike Association.
Thank you. To apply to a non-motorized trail grant with the Colorado Department of Wildlife to do a study of all the mountain bike activity that's going up on the Upper Beaverbrook watershed. If you don't know where that is, there's a trailhead off 103 in Pine Valley. There's also a smaller trailhead on Beaverbrook Canyon Road. The upper watershed and the upper reservoir and the lower reservoir are owned by Lookout Mountain Water Authority, which provides water to one residential address in Clear Creek County and the school, and primarily sends the water down to Lookout Mountain in Jeffco. But they are a private landowner. Right now, those reservoirs, at least the upper one, is open to recreational access, but that is not a guarantee forever. Because they obviously have drinking water concerns. What I will say is this area is very ripe for study. Full transparency to the public and the board, I live on Beaverbrook Canyon Road. So this is very close to my house. We do see the daily traffic that recreation drives up that road every day. That road, based on our cell phone counts, gets about almost 3 times the traffic it would get if there was no watershed recreational access, right? So our stake and why I think we need to be a part of this conversation is if someone was proposing to build a hotel up there, we would have a whole process with traffic studies, with impacts to wildlife, all of these things. When things happen on truly public land, that process doesn't exist. If people are doing this thing, most of those mountain bike trails are pirate trails. They're not on maps. It gets a ton of use. And so you can either create a process where stakeholders can be heard and things like infrastructure and parking, the 3 big Ps, population, poop, and parking, get addressed, or you don't and it happens anyway, right? And the reality is the majority of that land is Forest Service land. The forest knows it's an issue. Comba is wanting to do the study to better harden it, make it better for wildlife, but I would encourage the board to consider us supporting this application so that it can be looked at with our interests in mind, which is the roads. How does this impact residents? How does this impact us as a county? Because the east side of the county, particularly recreation on that side, is largely an unfunded mandate. It does not generate tax revenue for us, but it's our sheriff, our EMS, our fire, our roads, and some of the infrastructure up there is a real challenge. I mean, Beaverbrook Canyon Road, particularly past Pat Creek or up past the first half mile, is one of the worst roads in the county. And we need to make sure that we understand what it means if we're going to be driving more traffic up there, because the traffic's coming now anyway, right? So this allows us to really formalize that conversation. This study will help us do that and really understand our impacts. So this is about directing and controlling our recreational activities rather than sitting back and letting it happen anyway, because there's very little that we can do as far as keeping people off public land. So the best thing that we can do is control it.
I have a quick question. I love mountain biking and Comba's got a really good reputation. So I'm assuming their support is to designate trails so that
Yes.
we don't completely shut down access to the trails.
Right. It's to
Because we're
designate the
overwhelmed.
trails.
Yeah.
This is not about shutting down access. We can't really do that. That's a Forest Service decision.
Except we can shut down access on county roads.
Sure. Yes. But that's even problematic too. I mean, we can't really restrict access to the forest, right?
Okay.
There's already existing trailheads in place. There's 3. There's one on Beaverbrook, one on Pine Valley, and one on 103. That can all access the upper reservoir, but most of that public land is Forest Service land, particularly north of the reservoir. And that's where a lot of this wild mountain bike activity is happening. But it's not just that. I mean, there are commercial dog walkers that use that area. There's all sorts of things that are happening up there, and it's largely unmanaged at this point. So we have talked to them. They're very supportive of our needs as far as understanding the impact on the county too, because for this to be sustainable, all the stakeholders need to be able to sustain this level of service. And that includes the forest, the wildlife, the water, the people who live here, the roads, the waste management, which is, as the board knows, my hobby horse. So this is, I think, a difficult conversation that we need to have, because I know that watershed, at least in that area of the county, is not particularly popular because of how many people it brings in. But this is our best solution to try to make it something that we can sustain and work for us.
So U.S. Forest Service or U.S. Department of Agriculture Forest Service isn't policing this at all.
They don't have the resources.
Okay.
The existing mountain bike trails, I can tell you, are not professionally made trails.
Right.
One of the things we need to do is harden the trails, right? That only sustains them over the long term, but it makes them considerably safer. And this is about putting money in prevention versus response, right? It's going to be evergreen fire and our sheriff that goes out there every time someone breaks their legs. We need to make sure that they don't break their legs, right? And part of that is making sure that those trails are safe, because right now they are just tracks to the wood.
People are gonna build jumps.
Exactly. So
still break their legs.
this will help us, but at least manage some of that risk, right?
And at least somebody will take on taking out the jumps and,
Mhm.
okay.
And also it'll reduce the negative interactions with wildlife. Lookout Mountain Water Authority will be a stakeholder because it is their drinking water that these people are recreating against. Even though they have all sorts of signs out there that say, don't boat, don't fish, don't get your dogs. People are in there like crazy. So there's a lot of issues that we need to all work together to solve.
For the commercial dog walkers, I'm assuming there's a leash law and a bag your poop law.
Yeah, there is, but I mean.
Okay, but there is one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to thank you. I know when I got this email, we didn't really know what this meant, and I was worried that Comba was wanting to come up and build a new place, new trails, new something. CPW didn't know what was going on, NOCO didn't know what was going on, and we were being asked to write these letters of support. Hopefully Comba will come to the right place, I'm hoping next time, and not start at the bottom, I guess, and maybe go to the county manager or the board or something for these types of letters. I am glad, I guess, this is happening if it happens the way that you're saying, because these areas, just the wildlife, the environment, and the people that are happening in these areas that are unmanaged. We've got to kind of get control over these, and maybe this is a first step to that.
I can support this letter as well. My initial comments to Comba were that I think there are higher priority areas than this. I continue to believe that, but I'm not on their board. And they wanna find resources to come up with a plan. That's great. I hope as we participate in this, we continue to emphasize that the plan needs to involve a plan for funding that is not on the backs of local taxpayers. Our local taxpayers have enough to do.
And I have echoed that sentiment to the board, to Comba, that we will be loud and proud about that, right? Because right now, it's not a sustainable model for us.
Yeah.
And any kind of, we need to be made whole too. Because this is a microcosm, I think, of a way for us to set the right tone with how we're going to be handling this going forward, right? That we're going to be thinking about the big picture, about how this is interconnected with all of the needs of the community, not just mountain bikers or not just wildlife or not just the forest, but our infrastructure, our emergency response, our residents, right? Because it is, again, always in the back of my mind is that 1,000 to 1, 1,000 tourists for every one person who lives here, right? And we need to make sure that these are the right venues to have those hard conversations and provide that data and show that this isn't completely outsized impact on our residents.
Right.
I mean, the visitation that these get.
And the risk is it becomes untenable and we just fence it or get the Forest Service.
Or the watershed does it.
Right.
Not to speak for them, I'm on their board, but I mean that they're a private landowner. So, all of these things need to make sure that all the stakeholders are, including the visitors, are heard and managed. It is a beautiful area. It is, and there's a reason people go there. But, currently where there's no management, it's just not sustainable.
Right.
And this is our first step towards that.
And a step toward indicating that this isn't the Wild West in Clear Creek County. We do have concerns. Yeah.
I have a question. Have we contacted or heard anything from the National Forest, from Max, or?
No, according to Homa, this is a high priority for them, this area, because they see the same kind of population draw that we do.
Okay.
As far as like the amount of cars on weekends. I think 2 weekends ago, I checked the camera in front of my house. We saw almost 50 mountain bikes coming down our road from that watershed. Now, I don't know if it was an event or something going on that day, but
Are they allowed to have an event without like permitting the Forest Service?
I don't know. But either way,
No.
we see the impacts regardless, right? There is just, we need to be a much more active participant and make sure that all the partners are fed here. Because I think narrowly, the way these have been considered in the past, it's been largely about the needs of the forest and the needs of the visitors. And we've been largely absent from those conversations. So this letter of support, I think, will help them realize that money needs to be spent to look at this, but also make sure that we're a stakeholder at the table.
Thank you. And I really want to emphasize that the Board of County Commissioners have kind of regular updates. I assume it would be the public lands manager we would send, but whoever it is on staff. I just want to make sure that we get regular updates because it's really easy, as we learned on Guanilla Pass, to improve infrastructure in such a way that you unintentionally expand the use
Yes.
and overwhelm the infrastructure anyway, and you're in the same situation with more people.
It's a little bit of the gas fills up the container argument, just like with expanding lanes on freeways, right? It fills the container. So we have to be very careful about what that watershed can reasonably handle and make sure that that's included in those conversations. And I think that's something that has been missing in the past. That there is a real sustainability problem here, not only for the natural environment, but for all the things that feed into being able to recreate.
Thank you. And somehow in my last year in office, I'm checking a lot of boxes for Sean Wood. This was a huge priority of his. So there you go, Sean.
I think we got another one today for him too.
Yeah. I think we're ready for a motion.
I move that the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners sign this letter of support for Beaverbrook Planning 2026 grant to be sent to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife State Trails Program.
Second.
All in favor?
Right.
Bye.
Aye. Motion passes. I want to correct the record. You guys have to deal with me for more than the next 3 months. It's not my last year. Maybe my last year I can check off some boxes for myself, you know. Next thing
Thank you,
on
Colton.
the agenda is the work session with Noco Places Executive Director JD Tanner is canceled. He is not available. So Colton, before you get too comfortable over there, we have a work session on information technology update with Colton.
Megan, there's a short deck on this one. Good, sure.
I just want to open this by thanking you for your responsiveness on getting this to us.
So I have a little bit. I'll have some additional things to speak to and expand on some of the points that were made during the divisional updates. We were trying to keep to the time and there's a lot to talk about in IT. So thanks to the board for allowing us to have this conversation. So apology for the date. That's from the old slides. So we can just go start there. Okay, so we'll use the same format. In 25, basically there were some changes that happened. The director was let go. We decided to backfill that position with a support contract with a third-party company. The reason that this is important is because it's very difficult. IT directors are very expensive. And generally, they can't do everything, right? So it's more fiduciarily responsible to pay a third party to serve in that role because they come with staff that have all of these different kinds of expertise, firewalls, cybersecurity, network administration, systems administration. They also can oftentimes provide bulk licensing for software that gets us better prices than we would be able to get as a small county. There's other advantages here. The second thing we've tried to do is begin the process of modernizing the infrastructure. We'll get into this in way more detail. But basically, we had a very complicated, and we shouldn't say complicated, but overbuilt IT infrastructure traditionally. It definitely works. It's definitely does everything you want it to, but it's very, very expensive to maintain. It is basically a 3-leveled system, which I think works for bigger organizations, for the military, you know, but it's just not something that we can financially sustain. That's what we will get to in later slides. We have some pretty significant savings over the long run by spending the money now to modernize our infrastructure. The problem we had in the past is even after the board previously showed some concern about our IT infrastructure, it was a infrastructure that was partitioned between the county and the sheriff, which was not efficient use of time. It was also overbuilt and it presented an unsustainable amount of capital liability to replace those parts like for like. And what I mean by that is, I think I used the metaphor last time of there's no old Cadillacs. Cadillacs are nice, they get used, but then you don't really keep them because they're so incredibly expensive to maintain when they get old that they just end up in the scrap pile, right? We don't have the ability to maintain our Cadillacs, so we need to get to a more reliable car, a Camry or a Subaru that will work just fine. but will last a lot longer, does not have all the maintenance liability associated with it. So that's what we've begun to this year. We have replaced 4 servers. The county servers have been migrated over. The sheriff's servers have been migrated over. The county servers will be migrated over at the end of the month. That will then allow us to replace our backup system, our 2 backups with 1. That'll serve all 4 servers. We will get rid of the tape backup system that we're currently using, which again was not the best thought out system, primarily because it doesn't solve one of the risks, which is the courthouse burning down, right? So we are going to move to Wasabi Cloud offsite backup. They have redundant backups and multiple servers and multiple locations across the country. We will be moving to using our document retention policy, only backing up the documents that we need to retain indefinitely, or to their file life. That will save us money on how much we need to buy from the backup company. Because if we just back up everything indefinitely, that bill is just going to get longer and bigger and bigger and bigger every year with, some email that was a joke I sent to Peter, right? Stored forever, right? So we need to make sure that our retention policy is affected on the backup. That's probably a year-long process because all the files will need to get coded so they know when to be deleted in the backup. We are also working on reducing our phone and TI line quantities. This was a little bit of an incomplete transition when we went to voice over IP phones. There were still redundant phone lines that really weren't being used, eliminating fax lines, eliminating some T1 lines that are no longer needed because we have Thor and we really don't need the broadband. This again cuts down on our switching, cuts down on our bills, cuts down the complication of the system. The third thing we're working on is connectivity issues. The transfer station was always a sore spot with this. Comcast in that area is extremely unreliable. So we transferred the transfer station to Starlink, which is slightly more expensive on a monthly bill, but cuts down significantly on our tickets, which also cost us money and staff time to go reset that connection, which had to get reset 4 or 5 times a week. We now don't have to reset it at all, and people can pay with credit cards and everything else out there.
When you say reset, you mean something more than unplugging the modem and plugging it back in?
Usually had to do coordination with Comcast.
Oh, no.
Had to get on with Comcast and they had to reset their node. And so that's a whole conversation email chain that happens with them. The same thing happens at Public Works and EMS 1 right now in the Dumont area. We are looking at transitioning them all off of Comcast. We have tried to institute a more reliable connection over there. But obviously, if EMS 1 doesn't have internet, that's a real problem for our emergency services, right? So we're going to either move them to another system, potentially look at satellite for them too. Same with Public Works. Public Works has consistent issues with their internet connection. If we can reproduce the same reliability we've had with Starlink at the transfer station, this is going to cut down on ticket volumes by hundreds a year, is how many tickets would be generated by these connections to those 2 sites. And also make sure that EMS 1 particularly, and Road and Bridge, because of all the snow removal, has internet, which is critically important for their operations. The next thing is we are working through the ADA compliance still. We are trying to automate and train where we can. This is a huge countywide objective with our website, with how we make documents, with how we meet all the standards. This is a whole countywide learning. This does not just fall on IT, but IT is spearheading certain parts of that project. We are also moving to try to apply for more grants. There are grants out there for tech, particularly cybersecurity, things like that, that the feds and the state are particularly worried about. We have not historically used those resources in the past. We are really trying to use them now to pay for some of that hardened infrastructure. We also completed 100% of the backlog tickets from 2024. Caught up on a lot of those projects, small things like panic buttons, all the way to multi-key card getting fixed. Something we did define, we did find out when we went through a lot of our login issues, which I'm sure the board and staff remember from about mid-time this year, is we had 16 active directories, which is crazy. So it's a legacy of us duct taping this very expensive system back together. IT never had the time and resources to fix the core problem. And the core problem was you have way too many IDs and logins that aren't cross-compatible. We have consolidated them down to 4, fixing the reliability of logins across the board. We will continue to reduce the active directories as we migrate to the second set of new servers. We will go down to one, hopefully one directory at some point.
Woo-hoo.
That's going to require a little bit of the 4 existing directories talking to each other because we do have different emails for people. So the sheriff's got a different email, EMS is a different email. That's not necessarily a problem. We have figured out that it would be easier for us to make sure that the 4 have a unique identifier that will work through single login than to try to get everybody to change their emails, because that's actually really, really, really hard and creates a lot of chaos in the organization because of everyone's contacts with the public. We're confident we can get there. Once that is done, we can then go to dual authentication on our logins. So dual authentication is basically you need 2 logins to get into a computer, right? This is pretty standard at this point. This is something that we need to do. And it will be done once we get the Active Directory thing figured out.
So that's where I log in here and they say they've sent a text to my phone and I put that number in.
Mhm.
Colton, I have a couple questions. Beth was working on the broadband deal to get internet to EMS and to the county shops. Is that scrapped now or?
It's on the table. We have the plans, but it's north of $700,000.
Okay,
So Starlink or whatever existing infrastructure can hold us until we can get grants to do that potentially. But right now, we cannot justify it simply on our connections unless someone else is paying for it. Now, if we can figure out how to work with someone to monetize Thor and potentially bring Thor through the entire DLD area, that makes it not just a county broadband issue. I think largely Thor has been thought about a little incorrectly, which is largely why we're asking to move it out of the IT budget. Is it's not just about the connections to our buildings. It's about community access to reliable internet. And really, if we think about our buildings and the business prognosis, it's too expensive. If we think about the whole neighborhood, then we're getting there.
would that be
right?
where Dr. Cog could come in?
Dr. Cog, I mean, and we're also just looking at having the last mile, some last mile providers be interested in fronting that cost and charging a more reasonable rate to people for better internet.
Because I know the internet throughout that whole area.
The whole area is terrible, right? So we are actively looking at that. We're looking at vendors. We are also looking at things like high-speed wireless to get out of putting it in the ground, right? Or Toronto radios. Like wireless technology has come a long way in the last couple of years as far as speed. Now, with wireless, when you have high speed, you have shorter range, right? So we would still need to probably put in towers.
What about the
But-
T-Mobile? I think they did an upgrade in that area. And that's what a lot of people switched to was T-Mobile.
So we have to look at our existing surrounding too. I think when the decision to invest in Thor was made, there was less alternatives. There are a lot of alternatives now, and we need to make sure that we're not filling a need with public money that the market isn't already providing at an equivalent rate, right? That's changed a lot recently. I mean, the Starlink thing from the last 3 years here, the adoption rate has been pretty dramatic. And so far, it's been fairly reliable. It's kind of hard to believe that a beam from space is more reliable than a wire in the ground. But the existing fiber infrastructure out here, not Thor, but the legacy systems of CenturyLink and Comcast are just not reliable. And we're not seeing the service that we'd like to. They also don't go everywhere.
Right.
That's the Thor issue.
I have a quick,
Yeah.
go ahead, George.
Yeah.
Quick question. My stereotype was that anything close to I-70 had good access. But if DLD can't even get good access, we have no help.
It runs right past us, but they didn't tie us in.
They don't tie you in because again, it's about they're working on like what does it cost to connect how many houses and what do I get every month from those houses? And if it's not profitable enough, they just won't do it.
Yeah, I
Right.
called them and they just say you don't have enough people in your area that we
Yep.
service, so.
Oh, wow.
It's
Right.
like trying to
So-
get a train stop.
Yeah, it's like trying to get, it's anything with density, right? Density, as much as we all love wide open spaces out here, density does make things a lot more economical for private companies to fill that need. So in cases where our density doesn't and we have real need, we need to start thinking about how we can be part of the solution. Having said that, the wireless technology has changed that dynamic a little bit for broadband. People are having really good luck with the T-Mobile 5G at home. Starlink is really working really well. So, you know, part of our issue with the viability of high speed everywhere in this county, just like with sewer, is drilling in this rock that
Mhm.
far up is very expensive. And it's either prohibitively expensive to make it back on a reasonable bill, or they just won't do it at all. Right. And so that's a real vulnerability here. I mean, we have no topsoil and we're drilling into bedrock. It's really far. But there's enough technology now with wireless, particularly coming out of things in Africa, that that could be solutions for us. Because they have similar infrastructure problems there too. So
Something just needs to be mentioned when we're talking about the potential for Wi-Fi, radio Wi-Fi is, it's a great solution for 95% of the homes.
Mhm.
There are some homes that just will always be an issue. So, it's just a downside to be aware of.
for
And
sure, and none of these solutions are going to be a magic solution. We're probably looking at a combination of everything.
Yeah.
Right. But I think we start with our population centers that are underserved, figure out how to solve the problem for the majority of them, and then we can move on to the 5%, which are always going to be problematic. With all the infrastructure they have, water, sewer, and septic, and roads even, right? And broadband needs to be thought of in that kind of light, right? As a basic service, but realizing that there is limitations on a county this rural and distances that far on what we can do. But we're still making equity part of the goal. It's just a matter of not having Thor be the only solution to that problem.
agreed. And, I mean, if we're verging on a scenario where we don't need Thor, that's something personally, colleagues, I'm willing to explore. It's a pretty big budget line item.
It is,
Um,
I do think there's a lot of opportunity there in the commercial area, commercial and industrial. The big expensive polluting data centers that they're building in the south require water evaporation cooling, which won't work here. But there are people looking at mines, abandoned mine shafts and underground storage because it's colder, using geothermal to cool the servers rather than water. And we think that we might be a candidate of that. We essentially have a redundant dark fiber line under 70. So we want to make sure that we're exploring those options and kind of maybe rethinking about Thor a little bit as a conduit to get industrial and commercial investment in some places rather than as for home internet in the places where it doesn't particularly make sense.
So would that need to consume more energy then?
Potentially, but we have a lot of high power lines going through this county, particularly those high voltage lines heading up to Henderson XL. We are one of the main power corridors through the mountains from down the hill. So power is not my concern. My concern is available land, which underground fixes, and water, right? For cooling.
And local
Our
noise
power goes
impacts.
out every-
Yeah. And then underground reduces a lot of the other second, it's unsightly, right? There should be no venting. The current model for data centers, which are coming regardless, don't work here. And I think in a lot of communities aren't working for them either, right? So if there is a more viable solution that we can turn one of our liabilities into an advantage, which is unavailability of flat land, but a ton of underground real estate, then that's something I think that Thor can be a part of. Now, if that doesn't work and we can't really get the traction with industrial and commercial, I think Thor should be possessed at that point. Because without the community connectivity, without the industrial or commercial opportunities to utilize that system, it's very overbuilt for what we need. But we still think there's some potential there that needs to be explored before we abandon ship.
Because I think the plan was too, like the RV park moving in, selling it to all the businesses in the DLD area with, and then the traffic coming through, maybe other AT&T or somebody, I don't know who else was gonna purchase from us, but
At
I think
one,
that was a plan.
at one point, we thought that if we can get fiber down along I-70, starting between Georgetown and Idaho Springs, there's enough homes. There's enough homes around that private providers might get interested in connecting from there.
I don't think they realize the DLD area is equivalent to Georgetown and Silver Plume combined. Or no, Georgetown and Empire and Silver Plume combined.
Which is, I mean, 450 homes is still not very much. But that said, that was what the vision was, and what's impacted that vision is that like Clear Creek Broadband, for example, showed up and showed that they can serve almost the entire St. Mary's Fall River area without needing fiber to be under the road there. And so that's, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of questioning the whole project. Or at least I'm open to, and I think you're right though. If there are high leverage opportunities, let's go after them. It could be that in DLD,
More people in my area are switching to T-Mobile. I
Yeah.
do
Right,
know.
and I actually don't think the future of Thor is homes. I think we can potentially use it if we have the right fastener to get faster internet potentially to some of the metro areas. But honestly, the economics of that are just really tough. Without federal subsidization, with the BEAD stuff kind of going away, it's really hard to justify on like a per home basis based on how just our density level. Now, what Thor provides that Clear Creek Broadband can't provide is extremely fast, redundant internet that goes straight to the Denver node. And that is industrial,
right?
right? That's an industrial need because we passed an AI policy, like it's a huge power hog, and what their limiting factors are three things: water, broadband, dark broadband, which we have, which is one of the most expensive things they have to build, is because and it needs to be redundant. They can't go offline, right? And the space, right?
It's called dark broadband because it's underground.
It's because it's not really used. So fiber uses light,
Mhm.
right? So when they say dark, it means that it's not being used nearly to its capacity, right? That has a lot of extra light availability in it. And Thor is definitely there. But it's also a double loop, which is actually the more critical thing, is that if one section of it goes out, it can go the other way along the loop and go back to Denver anyway. So we have double redundancy as far as the connection. So there's a lot of advantages there for the right commercial operation, but I think that's where we need to pivot Thor to.
One additional thing when we're just talking about broadband rollout, at least in Idaho Springs and I think in Georgetown, we are seeing private investment in fiber. I'm on fiber.
Mhm.
My home, I pay $75 a month for 1G up and down, and it's a great service. And so like
Exactly.
as we have been thinking about Thor, this is part of why Idaho Springs said we're not interested in this Thor-based fiber circuit anymore because it's showing up. And then one other thing I want to bring up, not related to like public IT infrastructure, but on this topic is colleagues, with your indulgence, I would like to ask the attorney's office to review the contracts that we're signing with Starlink. I have some concern about arbitrary disconnects. There's a lot of news out there that's been made around the owner of Starlink arbitrarily disconnecting users. And I'd like to have some certainty that our contracts protect us from that.
Okay. I have not seen the contract, so I can't speak to it.
Okay. We have, we're actually going through a third party for this
Okay.
because we need a repeater to bounce it off the mountain. Because so Starlink is the actual connection, but we're going through a third party because we can't get it straight up out of that canyon. It's got to bounce off another tower. And they provide both the connection and the repeater that bounces it up.
So is Clear Creek County a part of the contract, or is it a contract with a third party? It's
So our contract is with a third party. We're not directly contracted with Starlink, but we can send you the.
okay.
So this is probably a rabbit hole, colleagues, and this is what I'm asking you what you think about, because it might take a little bit of effort, and maybe it's just not worth being at the top of the list. It probably isn't, but it's a concern that I have as I've reviewed the news about, the owner of Starlink fairly arbitrarily eliminating access.
Yeah. And that's definitely, it's for us in this conversation, it's not really around Starlink specifically. It's about the fact that this technology exists and there will be competitors. Right. And so the long-term prognosis hopefully is that there will be alternatives. But regardless, it has been a great engine for change, right? Their ability to serve rural areas has forced T-Mobile to step up and offer better 5G, right? It's like, this is where just a new competitor kind of actually makes a lot of the boats rise on their service level. Whereas like when certain broadband providers were a horizontally integrated monopoly and had no competition, they provided bad service for a very expensive cost, right? And now there is competitors, both in wireless cell and satellite. That's hopefully going to force everyone to provide a more competitive product, right? Particularly to rural areas, which have always kind of been stuck with the bag of you get one choice and that choice is terrible and that's who you get. Yes, I understand the concern. But for right now, it's been working for us for at least at the transfer station. Comcast hasn't.
So I had a second question. When you talked about the ADA, the records coming off, I did have somebody, Sally Rush was asking me, she needed to look up some old records with the housing. How does one in the public sector get information when she just wants to go through and research stuff? She doesn't know specifically, to ask you, hey, can you pull up this whatever paper or contract or whatever? She just wants to get in and research. Is that just not gonna happen right
So
now?
there are terminals in the clerk's office that have public access for. You can also issue a Cora. But when we don't have the archivist anymore, it's really a big staff investment. Not everything has been digitized. And unfortunately, the reality is with the ADA rules as they are now, our really old records are very long timeline from being publicly accessible like that again, because we don't have the funding to remediate all those old documents.
So the second part to that is if she's helping Rebecca, can Rebecca get access through her computer with Sally's help?
I think it depends on what it is, but ideally, Peter, I'm going to lean on this one. We prefer everyone go through the Cora request for our documents.
Okay.
Just because we have a record, we know it was asked for, we can control the inflow and outflow of records. It's a formal request of the county to provide records, right?
What if I wanted access to it? And Sally has been helping me get up to speed on housing issues. Can I more directly get access and then work with Sally to get me up to speed on things?
I mean, that's kind of your call, right?
Okay.
As a commissioner, but generally speaking, yeah, you have the same access that I do to all of our records, right? Where if we're talking about the public doing it, the county's preference is that we do a Cora or.
So if I,
Yeah.
did an email request, then that would be at least a record that I requested it, right?
Yeah, I mean, and it depends on who you're asking and where to find it, because some of this stuff is pretty difficult to find.
Okay.
On the R drive, if you don't have network to your computer, you can get networked without implicating anything about ADA, I think.
This is a
You can-
101 that I think we need,
You-
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, we can set that up.
once your R drive is mapped, on that R drive are resolutions going back to the 80s.
Is there an H drive?
There's all sorts of drives. Generally, they're division specific.
Okay.
They've got a bunch of stuff in them that's like really hard to get through because it's work product, right? I mean, you could find half completed documents from the nineties in there because it's just their storage unit. So that one you probably need to get with the divisions to figure out how to navigate their storage,
Okay.
what they're storing.
I just didn't want to commit to anything and get myself in trouble, so.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a 101 on how to more efficiently access files, yeah, particularly the hard drive. Dave Prowse kind of talked me through it once, but I ended up just grabbing and saving the documents I was using at the time, and now when I tried to recreate what he told me, I couldn't do it, so.
Sounds good.
Okay, let's, I think
So,
if we're.
yeah, next
this
slide. We talked a little bit about everything. I will skip the budget requests portion. We talked about that last time, but basically I'll just touch on it lightly. There's just some generic moving of budget around, reducing the salary of the IT director or eliminating it, moving a new IT management GL line to have a transparent visibility to the public and the board about the cost. Sorry, GL line, general ledger line. Yeah. That's an individual line in the budget, so you can see exactly how much that service costs a year. There's also been some savings on phone lines as we've moved those off the books. The big problem we have in 26 is the Windows 11 transition. We have about Windows 10 support ends in November. We have 50 PCs that can't run 11. So we're looking at a pretty hefty bill to replace all of those computers. You can't have one computer on 10 because it's not getting security patches, and now it's a hole into the system. So our real proposal here, and we have more details in a previous slide, is that we begin the process of leasing computers rather than buying them. And there's a couple of reasons for this. Over 48 months, it's only $5K more expensive to lease 50 computers than it is to buy them outright. Okay, so it's about $80,000 or $75,000 to buy them. We would pay $80,000 over 48 months to lease them. Now, here's the advantage of leasing. One, it keeps all the machines under warranty. Two, we will dissolve the single IT line item in the budget about buying computers for divisions and put the lease payments in their budgets. So you can see which divisions have the most expensive exposure to their computer needs, right? This is also because smaller divisions mapping has one person in it. We can't put enough money in that line item for them to buy a computer every year because they don't need a computer every year. Right? They got one person. If we normalize it to a monthly cost, then when someone decides not to hire an FTE that's independent of IT's purview, that budget is in their budget. So the board can see the increased IT costs of supporting additional FTEs, right? In the budgets in which the FTEs increase occurred, not in the IT budget where it's kind of just buried. The other advantage is it keeps things on life cycle, right? Basically, computers are not the same as other capital assets.
They're not capital assets.
Well, they are from an accounting perspective, but they're worthless at the end of their life. They're not worth anything. You actually have to pay someone to take them, right? So you're not really losing any depreciation on the back end of leasing a computer because they're worth zero anyway. After 4 years, a computer is worth next to nothing. You actually have to pay people to take them.
So, colleagues, do we support this transition?
Yes.
I was just wondering, what is the average that somebody uses one computer?
It depends on the computer. So like the clerk and recorder's office, they use desktops. Those are cheaper than laptops. So a laptop is around 1,200 to 1,500, depending on what's doing. A laptop is anywhere between 1,800 to 3,000, depending on what kind of laptop it is. And in the higher end is very specialized equipment. So GIS, IT, because of the system demands, and some of the hardened units that the sheriff's office uses are like $2,700. The ones that are in the cars, like the tough book things. It depends, but the average is would be $35 a month per unit would be the cost of the computer if we go through.
How long would, like, for mine, I would expect to have this for 4 years since I.
Right now, we've been keeping them 5, 6 years because we haven't been good about budgeting their replacement. And the result of that is that we have to then pay to extend warranties. We have to buy parts. We're taking tickets to fix them. Whereas if we have them.
We're dealing with less than stellar performance
dealing with
on
less than stellar
refurbished laptops.
We're literally, in some cases, buying computers that other cities have dumped
Oh.
and rebuilding them, right? So if we get on lease, it's very transparent on an FTE cost basis. The board can see very transparently what an FTE costs to operate, right? Because it's computer liability, which is the second outside of benefits, is the most expensive third thing, right? Unless they need a vehicle, the majority of our staff don't. It's $6,000 a year in IT costs per employee, right? That's where we're sitting. We're trying to get that number down, but that's pretty close to what the normal cost is. And that includes cyber, security, all the software, computers, monitors, all the backup support, the server infrastructure. So, we want to make sure that that's more transparent in the budget of where those costs are occurring.
Mhm.
The other thing we need is we've got some end of life infrastructure needs. 15 firewalls are meeting their ends of life. This is an absolute need to do. Go ahead.
Sorry, just before we get there, I just did the math. We'll spend about $1,600 over 4 years on a single computer under leasing, if that helps answer your question. I just want to make sure that
That's the average.
if like we leave today knowing that the board does or doesn't support the transition.
And so when you lease, how often do you get a new,
4 years,
every 4 years? So it's kind of.
which is the life cycle of a computer, generally speaking.
But
That's the one that's
if
used every
mine
day.
catches on fire, like the last one,
It's a warranty replacement at that point.
yeah, because IT, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Had to cough up some money for
Yeah,
that.
so we're no longer spending IT hours rebuilding computers. We're just cycling them right off somebody else's financing, right? Which is a lot easier to do. And it keeps us accountable, right? Because I think it also embeds some natural discipline in making sure that these computers are getting replaced because it's not a budget cost, right? When budgets get tight, it's like, well, we can throw them another year. But the problem is if you do that too long, which we have been, the maintenance and operating costs drive up more than you should have spent on the computer anyway.
And you lose productivity.
Right? You lose productivity, your machines are going down. So these 50 will be the first of, there's an additional slide to talk on the leasing, but the other overview here is 15 firewalls at end of life. And then we're going to transition from 2 end of life backup systems to a single system, which we'll see on the next slide. That's 20,000.
On the firewalls, I had a question. With this proposed new IT infrastructure, do we have to replace 15 firewalls?
It's because of the offsite locations. So we will not replace the ones that will be replaced if the facility assessment gets rid of the building. This is really around, those are smaller firewalls that are at the other locations, right? Because they're going through a different network to get there.
Good enough, thank you.
So that's kind of the deal with firewalls, is you need a new one on the other side. So we're directly tied into the annex, but like Dumont's, right? That goes through public internet to get from here to there. So we need a new firewall over there, right? So that's really about the outbuildings, not really about the courthouse.
Good enough, thank you.
Yeah. So this is the courthouse IT system. The old architecture, what was called a 3-tiered infrastructure, or T3 infrastructure. It had 4 servers on both sides, 2 in the sheriff's, 2 on the county side, but it had 4 switches, 3 or 5 SANs, which are these basically disk backups that are backing up the servers. And it had a tape NAS storage device, an additional backup server, and 4 additional NASs on top of that, right? So this is a hyper redundant, very complicated system. This is a problem for a couple of reasons. 1, just look at it, right? 2, you need a lot of training to be able to maintain this system, which usually resulted in IT going to outside contract to get fixed because It's very complicated and very specialized. And it's very expensive to replace these things on life cycle. So they weren't getting replaced on life cycle, or they were done on the cheap, which then voided the warranty, which then means the next time it broke, they're going to a vendor and not getting it fixed for free. So when you have a car you can't afford, you end up cutting corners, and that's what we were doing, right? So by transitioning to the Subaru here, we have 4 servers, no switches, going to a NAS storage device to cloud backup, which results in much more less liability for us. And we just did the math here. Over a 5-year IT life cycle, we will save $675,000 by switching to this infrastructure, right? It won't be all in 1 year, but if we rebuilt as opposed to going to this thing, we're saving $675,000. Additionally,
And without losing any security.
right. Additionally, we don't need VMware licensing. We don't need the Trinity SANs. We don't need the Trinity extensions. We don't need the switches. We don't need the tapes. So that's all part of that switching too, is because a lot of this connecting is done through proprietary software that we have to pay license on. Some are $10,000 a year, right? Licensing. So that's all off the books now. We're basically on Microsoft server. There will be it's called, get my notes here. This consolidation, which a lot of people are doing, is referred to as, I'm getting my VMs confused. I have written down something, but it's called VM something, but it's basically a consolidation where you don't need switches anymore, right? And so it's really gonna bother me. I don't remember what that word is. So anyway, I think the diagram shows the best example of what this is, which is just a much more streamlined and simple to maintain thing. But end users will not notice any difference, right?
It won't be more efficient.
It'll be because it'll be new and working, but like you won't, if you went from that architecture new to this architecture new and you're just a normal user on the machines, you won't notice any difference, right? It won't be slower. It won't be more complicated or less complicated. It's just on the back end, it's way easier for us to maintain.
What does this do to IT staffing then, if they're not gonna need
They
to?
can actually work on keeping things fixed, right? Because right now they're doing fire drills all over the place with everything breaking all the time. We'll have some capacity there for them to do projects like dual authentication timely, right? Things like that, which have not been getting to because they've been trying to keep the old jalopy running, right? So this really, and then we can reassess after some time, but we've still got a little bit of work to do to get this as efficiently operating as possible. One thing that is continue to work on the Active Directory to issue, get the NAS storage system updated and replaced to a single point and not having 4 of them. Making sure that our backup Sabi account is mirroring the retention policy of the county. So we're not backing up things we don't need to back up. And getting rid of these SANs, right? As soon as the migration is done, we've got to pull all these switches down. We've got to get all the SANs off and out of here. So we still have probably another year or 2 to get this new architecture really where it needs to be. And then at that point, I think it is a worthy conversation of how many tickets we have, but we need to also see what's happening with the rest of the county at that point too.
So that'll almost take a whole 4-year cycle for that to happen then, because it's 50.
With our current staffing levels, yeah. Well, the leasing is more of an accounting thing. I think it's going to help productivity. Yeah, we can go to the next slide on the leave, talking about the leasing. So the leasing is we have 245 active computers. Most are end of life or on extended warranties. So
And does that include laptops?
all desktops, all laptops, everything that's currently connected to the network. The total replacement cost is $367,000 total. We don't need to replace them all at once. Some are fine. So our proposal is to try to reduce our computer counts to 200. So this is consolidating machines, getting rid of machines that we don't need anymore, things like that. And replace them 50 at a time over the next 4 years and get them all on leasing. So try to have their computer count get under control. I don't know if we'll get to 200, but it's definitely the goal, I think, of where we can get. And then ongoing leasing, it'll be $320,000 over 48 months, 80K annually for each batch. So instead of seeing, so the total cost of us running all 200 computers every year will be $80,000 plus inflation, right? Right, once we make the transition, right? That'll be our annual bill to have everyone on machines, okay? That's opposed to having 0 1 year, $367,000 the next year, right? Replacing things on life cycle, but just buying them. So it normalizes the cost over time, provides a lot more transparency to budgets and keeps our IT in infrastructure. And it also allows the divisions to start managing their IT liability with their own machines, because there was a little bit of a culture of, well, I need this, just ask IT to buy it. And then they're stuck in the middle of making a decision on the operation of another division, right? Saying, well, yes or no, you get your computers. But that creates a lot of internal conflict because IT doesn't necessarily know what they need, right? And what their operational needs are, right? So the other thing is we can still pull the total IT liability for the board by just taking those line items out of the divisional budget and pushing them back together, right? So this is by no means a way to hide where the money is being spent. It's really around making sure there's a distinction between the IT needs that are driven by individual divisions and the IT needs that are driven by the organization's holistic need, which is cybersecurity, support, software license, not any software licensing, like software licensing that affects all people, all employees, right? Like Word.
Thank you. That was a concern I had because just a few years ago, we went through a big project to try to get all of the IT costs into one place so we could look at it and realize how much more we were spending than everyone else. So I'm glad to hear that.
We can do it either way. I just think for transparency to the divisional costs, we have really asymmetric costs when it comes to IC support across divisions. Some divisions are incredibly IT expensive and others are cheap. And when you have them as one line item, it's very difficult to tell, right? But if we can code these correctly, then it's easy for us to say, this is the core cost of IT. And this is the individual divisional costs for their employees and their systems, right? Because we have a little bit of that hybrid now, right? For example, GovVilt comes out of the StatCom budget because it's just used for that group, right? So we do have a little bit of this hybrid happening now. This will just like reinforce that hybridization of like software that are specific to specific groups get charged there, just to make it a little bit more clear.
I'm fine with that, colleagues. I assume you are too. I'm not hearing
Yeah.
complaints
Thank you.
or concerns. Sorry. Let's answer the question on the leasing model now. Jody, do you support moving to leasing?
It sounds like a good way to be. I do have a question. How would this change for the sheriff's department? Are they one of them that kind
It
of,
would be on the leasing too.
and then that would go into their budget then?
So we won't dissolve it for 26 because we don't have everyone on leasing.
Like in 4 years?
I think we can do it by 27 because I think we'll know at that point, because the next life cycle replacement for a computer that's 2 years out will be a lease, right? So we don't need to wait. But right now it's a lot to move in the last quarter of the year without having. So this will be a budget request for the money for this lease, right? Because right now we don't have the money to replace 50 computers even on leases. So support now from the board is great, so we can start looking at vendors, but ultimately this will be a budget request.
How many computers do you think were replaced this year?
Not that many, because we didn't have the money.
Mhm.
We maybe
Yeah, Jody, yours was.
Mine-
had $20,000 to replace all the computers we needed to. And
Okay,
as a result, we were rebuilding, we were buying cheaper computers, we were, and so this is similar to our fleet. When your fleet, it gets so old that you can't even run it anymore. And you don't have the money to buy 50 new cars. Leasing is better because it'll normalize that cost over time, right? And you can catch up.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, just for reference, I looked up my laptop and it came out May 27th, 2021.
Right. That's what I mean. We have a lot of rebuilt machines. We even get rebuilt. We get computers from other cities and governments that are looking to dispose of them, rebuilding them because that's what we can afford. And that's just costs you more in the long run. So I think this will help us just be more diligent on making sure that we're keeping, this is the cheapest way to go in the long run.
In a leasing program, what happens if like one gets stolen, or does it cover that, or?
So stolen still our responsibility. If it breaks, it's still under warranty, so it'll still get replaced, or it'll be fixed by the manufacturer on not on our cost. But if something gets stolen, just like anything gets stolen, like if your leased car got stolen, it's
Right.
still on your insurance company, right?
What about if somebody drops it?
Same kind of deal, right? But that's not any different than when we own it, right?
Right.
We break it, it's still our responsibility
So
to,
it just pays for the stuff that is under warranty then? Okay.
which is a big deal. I mean, because I would say, I don't know exactly, but I would say the plurality, if not the majority of our machine failures are just from parts failing from normal use, not from people dropping things or
And when we get the brand new ones, what is the warranty on those?
it'll be 48 months. It'll
I mean,
match the
like
lease.
currently.
It depends. Normally, if we buy a new one right now, we probably get a 5-year warranty and we pay more for that because we know we can't replace it in 4 years. So we pay a premium to extend the warranty, or we buy a 48 or a 38-month warranty and then we extend the warranty when we realize we can't replace it. That can be like a third of a new computer, you know? Because again, if you're putting that on someone else to pay for, which is what a warranty is, they're looking at an asset that's worth zero and parts that are worth something. So they'll just charge you for the risk, and essentially it costs the same. It's just replacing it, you know?
For what it's worth, I think another benefit that is hard to put numbers to directly is turnover, right? We're unique to other sort of small county governments in that we're not all that rural, right? People have other job options, and having a working computer might help someone decide to stay.
Right, and we're also gonna look at a larger, because we'll be able to finance and we won't be buying on bulk anymore. We'll look at a lot more options that people can get, right? We might come to like a catalog of 5 that better fit jobs. So the sheriff has particular needs. I think that having a 9-key option for people that are in finance or data jobs is really important. Like a wider one, you know, we can have smaller computers and a bigger computer, and then we have, and divisions can then look at their budget and decide if they want to accommodate some of their employees' requests, rather than it's like, we have whatever computers we can get, here's your computer, right?
What other questions do you have?
I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah, thank you. This was really helpful.
So do you support it?
I do support it.
Okay, me too.
Thank you.
Okay, so then, do you have, is this the last slide?
Last slide.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to check, we support, it seems fairly obvious based on the conversation, but we support the infrastructure change as well.
Okay, so in a work session, are we allowed to say that, or
Well,
is
like,
it just general direction?
yeah, it's just general direction.
Okay.
But it's good for staff to check in, because if we don't support it, then it's not worth it for them to go down the road. Like this lease, like we'll end up signing an agreement, but, so this is basically just, yeah, keep proceeding.
Okay.
Is that a yes on the infrastructure change?
That is yes, if that's okay to say yes.
Yeah, it's totally fine. No motion or anything, no action being taken. It's just direction to staff, so.
See, now we're getting cautious. We're at a different stage.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's a yes, from us. And I just, while we're on it, the point hasn't been made yet. Part of what I think enables this IT simplification is the fact that we are not trying to house a very crucial 911 call center. And this is kind of that hidden next step of savings from what we did with Jeff Thumb. So I want to make that point, and I haven't mentioned Sean Wood's name in like an hour, so I'll just once again, we can thank Sean Wood for insisting on a deep dive on our computer's IT system or on our government's IT system.
Mhm.
I know when Rebecca and I first, we got our laptops and we're like, what? And then they weren't working and
And then yours burned up and.
mine was smoking.
Oh my God.
Just constant problems. I lost, I would almost say a month of having a computer because they had to send the one out. And then they brought that one back, plugged it into the same source. That one burned up. It was
Oh, no.
continued problems.
And that's kind of one of these things where we need to start thinking holistically about our cost cycle. Because that's not something that shows up in a budget. That month of lost productivity
Yeah.
Mhm.
isn't a line item, right? So
And
I
I didn't
just-
have my cell phone yet either because they sent out the wrong one to start out with. So I was like with nothing there for quite a while.
And just for the sake of the public, I know, Jody, that you did work during that month. You didn't take that month off.
My personal laptop, I just coincidentally had a new laptop so I could put my personal stuff on it for a little bit, but
That's what this one is.
Mm.
That's my computer gets worked on.
Ah,
So. Okay, excellent. We are through, congratulations, the public portion of this agenda. Colleagues, my instinct is to take a quick break and then see if we can get through one or two executive sessions before a lunch break.
yes, that makes sense.
Okay. Should we just go ahead then and read them onto the record? Now, I mean, not read them onto the record, but do the motion and,
That works.
okay,
That works great.
okay, let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Yeah, this is gonna be a mouthful. I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to compliance with the local government budget law of Colorado. Pursuant to CRS 24640224B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to compliance with CRS Section 30-2-102 pursuant to CRS 24640224B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to compliance with CRS Section 1-45-117 pursuant to CRS 246402A and E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal direction related to purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in county property located at 1531 Colorado Boulevard, Idaho Springs, and to determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations or developing strategy for negotiations or instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned property pursuant to CRS 24640224A and E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for purposes of receiving direction related to the lease of property located on the ground floor of 1969 Minor Street, Idaho Springs, and developing strategies, positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategies for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to that issue. And pursuant to CRS 24640224B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to county obligations under Colorado statutes 20-1-302 and 303 pertaining to the district attorney's office funding. And pursuant to CRS 24640224B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions concerning the process to select an early childhood counsel to serve the region pursuant to CRS 26.5-2-503.
Do I hear a second?
Good.
I hear two. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. The board will adjourn into executive sessions. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. This Zoom meeting will stay open simply for the purposes of us adjourning because nothing else is on the public agenda.